welcome back to the stream. We are on day 5. Today's topic is villains and side characters, so I'm pretty happy about the topic today. This should be pretty fun. I do have the window open, so apologies for some louder than usual noises. It should be pretty quiet in the morning. I might close it when it gets a little later in the day when there are more children in the park across the road from me. All right, so what are you working on today as you enter the chat? I'd really like to know. Today, my goal is to fix up description. I was working on that yesterday. I had gotten almost to chapter 10. I was at chapter 9 when I had to stop because I realized that I had skipped over some places that need description, so I had to go back. So I went backwards into chapter 7, fix up the description in chapter 7. So now I need to fix description in chapter 8 and 9 in a few places before I work on chapter 10. So I want to finish fixing the descriptions and finish chapter 10 ideally, if I can. So what are your goals for today? I'm curious to know. Jennifer is in the chat. Hello, Jennifer. Happy day 5 in honor of the theme. Yes, absolutely. Brandon, I was working on a nap. Oh my gosh. You can go back to bed. It's okay. We'll be here tomorrow too. It's all right. Oh gosh. So yeah, I really would like to get through chapter 10. Ideally, I want to go beyond chapter 10 and get through chapter 11 as well. However, I'm trying to be realistic because I think chapter 10 is really rough. It's a rough chapter. So I'm trying to be realistic on like what I actually can accomplish. So those are my goals. Let's see. I'm just writing down some notes. My goal is to actually start writing again. Yup. Sometimes it's really hard to have the spirit to keep at it, for sure, especially if you are burnt out. So if you're having a hard time focusing, if you like aspects that would normally be really useful and intellectually they seem useful to you still, but like for whatever reason you have no desire to actually engage with it, that can be a sign of burnout. So try to take it easy. I have no quick fixes for burnout either. Unfortunately, I just kind of have to work through it as best I can. I try to notate in my journal like when I'm having those days. But yeah, I can already tell that burnout's probably going to hit me next week because I've been writing so much this week. Usually if I have a huge amount of writing, the time after I get hit with burnout, I can't engage with anything because I'm just so mentally drained. So, and it's stupid because like creatively speaking, I'm still creative even during burnout, but I'm unable to apply the creativity. It's very frustrating. And yeah, I hate it. I should probably be on some kind of medication, but that's kind of hard to do here. Jennifer is still working on chapter 4, slow but steady. Yeah. Yep. Honestly, and like all the things I'm doing, going through everything, I'm probably going to have to go through everything again, just for another check. But yeah, it's slow moving, especially any chapters that have heavy rewrites are a lot slower. So I think it was day 2 or 3. No, day 2, I think it was. I had a lot of rewrite scenes. That was a lot slower than the other days have been. I feel like I got a lot done yesterday because I didn't have as much rewriting to do. So that's probably why it went a little faster. Okay, so we are going to get ready to do our first sprint of 25 minutes. I'll go ahead and make a question for chat. So I will see you all in 25. Good luck. All right, and we are back. Hello. Ooh, we've got some responses to our question. What is the villain you're currently writing like? And are they easy or difficult to write? And also, Megan is here. Hello, Megan. Brandon responded, I'll try to describe my villain as a lovable a-hole. I don't know how easy he'll be to write because I've been focusing more on the storytelling rather than the actual writing. Oh, like how? What do you mean you've been focusing more on storytelling rather than actual writing? Do you mean like how you're going to tell the story, like the mechanics of it, like how you're going to do that? Jennifer, my story is structured like a mystery, so you don't know who the real villain is until the end. You're not supposed to like them, but you're still supposed to underestimate how bad they really are. Interesting. Structure like a mystery. I don't think I could do that. That's really hard to do. Mysteries are rough to write. My guy is kind of similar. We actually spend half of the series getting to know the villain. We just don't realize that it's him. My villain is actually working alongside the people trying to track him down. You could argue that the antagonist is similarly one of the protagonists. Nice. So are you trying to plan, it sounds like you're trying to plan the series like as a whole. Are you still doing outlining? I think a while back you were saying you were outlining, but I might be mixing up goals. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Book Dragon's Nest. Hi, I made it early this time, and writing my villain is hard sometimes. I feel like I'm towing a thin line with him. Making him believably scary without making him a joke is tricky. Yeah, a lot of my villains end up not being the real villain. Most of my villains end up not necessarily being good guys, but definitely just people who were very, very badly misled. And they end up not all of them necessarily get a redemption, but they end up and not giving up, but like just realizing that what they're fighting for makes zero sense. And they tend to fold. Because they realized that they weren't really fighting for what they thought they were. And it was all a lie, and they just enter the depression phase. So I wouldn't necessarily say they get redemption in my case. I usually the real villain of most of my stories is something that the character has to get over. It's not usually a person. I think the only villains I can think of in my works would probably be the one in this one. So Jabber is the closest thing to a villain in my current story. So Jabber is one of the other interdimensional aliens, but he has a very different agenda from his companions in that he believes that energy or data, raw data, could be drawn, and it's drawn faster from humans who are in pain than humans who are not in pain, because pain is immediate response. It's a very fast response. So he believes in pretty much harming and causing harm in order to gain what he needs, pure raw data. But the point isn't necessarily to defeat him, because it's not possible to, because he's an interdimensional being. Even his own kind can't really defeat him necessarily, because their kind believes in whoever gets the results best. So like the idea of the manner in which they get it isn't necessarily something that they look at. So the point, even though there are other aliens that don't agree with him, the point is to get him convinced that there are better ways to get the thing he wants without harming others. So it's more along convincing the villain to no longer be a villain, but that does not make them safe, and there's no redemption necessarily. So yeah, my villains are rarely straightforward. I don't think I have any straightforward villains. Brandon, Yeppers, I was doing a lot of outlining. Okay, I'll be working a lot on what happens rather than my prose. That's what I meant by storytelling. Yeah, so you're working on outlining stuff. Good for you. If you're doing a series, you definitely need to do outlining. So that's a lot of work, though. Is it going to be a 3-book, do you think? Maybe it's 3, but it sounds like you might be going for a trilogy, or do you think it'll be longer? Megan, villains, yes. Tell me all about your villains that you've been writing, including past stuff that you're already finished with. I'm just curious what kinds of villains you guys write. Brandon, I love that premise. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I think for me, a straightforward villain and enemy thing is just cliche, and I don't engage with it mentally very much. I'm like, that was kind of boring. And keep in mind, I did grow up with things like Kim Possible, in which whether Dr. Draken was truly a villain is very debatable, honestly, especially if you watch the movie, he ends up kind of becoming a good guy. Spoilers for the Kim Possible movie, not the live action. That was an abomination. But yeah, speaking of Dr. Draken, I think our next one might be talking about favorite villains and what we liked about them, things we really enjoyed. Brandon is saying currently 8 books, possibly with some short stories. Ooh, that's a long one. Yeah, that definitely needs some serious outlining. Serious outlining. Megan, the villain Desdemona I am writing about is a tragically abused woman that slowly goes insane with revenge, uses the excuse of demonic possession to kill people. I mean, is she wrong? I read a story once that was, I don't know if you guys have read, I can't remember the title or the author, but I'm sure you could like look it up somehow. It was pretty much about mermaids, but the idea was girls of sexual abuse became mermaids. And the reason they would lure men to their deaths was in vengeance of the sexual violence that they had suffered through. So they decided because they died in anger that they would drown all men. And so honestly, I was on the side of the mermaids the whole book. Like at the end, they kind of had this kind of redemption-y kind of thing, and I just didn't care. I was like, just kill all of them. Like, seems legit. Seems legit. Brandon, I relate to that. My villain is a lot more straightforward than yours, but he's still a very gray, misguided character, but he's not just the bad guy. Yeah, I feel like just bad guy characters for the sake of being bad guy characters are pretty bland and they don't engage mentally with you. So, yeah, for sure. All right, so I think we are going to get ready for another sprint. Let me go ahead and get everything worked together. And I think while we do this sprint, we will, in the chat, I will do another question. Maybe we will talk about villains that we really, really like, either on our own works, or you could talk about villains in social media, like favorite villains and why you think they're awesome. Things you really enjoy seeing in villains in general, like when you're reading books, when you're consuming media, what are things that you really like to see in villains? And with that, let's go ahead and start our 25 minutes. See you in a bit. All right, and we're back. Hello, hello, hello. Let's check out comments. All right, Brandon. In a nutshell, I love seeing good traits being used for evil. A villain who is honest, kind, respectful, noble. Take President Snow from the Hunger Games. President Snow. President Snow. Yep. I'm in all his interactions with Katniss. Okay. I was trying to remember Snow because it's been a long time. He's perfectly honest and polite. It's not in a deceiving way. He simply has good manners. A calm villain is always intimidating to me. Someone who's intelligent and composed. Okay. I would have never seen, because I've always interpreted Snow's interactions with her as, how would I phrase it? It's talking down to her. There's a word for it. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but oh, sorry. We have a construction car outside. But yeah, I would have always phrased their interactions as him talking down to her. I wouldn't have phrased it as kind and polite, but that's just me and my perception. It's been a really long time though, so I was trying to remember the characters. R.A. I managed to sync up nap time, hoping to finish edits this morning. Hello! Nice to see you again, R.A. That's definitely a real challenge to do, for sure. For sure. Okay. Brandon, I'm referring to the movies, by the way. I don't remember the books. Yeah, it's been so long, man. And I don't think... I might have read book 1. I don't believe I read the others, though. With the movie too, I think I only watched movie 1 and 2, and it's been a really long time. I didn't see any of the others. So I'm not super well versed, but from my very vague recollection, it condescending. He was a bit condescending to her and stuff. I wouldn't have considered him polite, but I will say that villains who remain calm do tend to be a little bit scarier than ones that are more obviously out of control. So I can see that. All right. To me, villains need to have a reason to be what they are. Just mustache twirling for sake of it never cuts it for me. Having them think they are doing the best thing in their opinion. Yes, very much so. If villains need to be convinced that what they're doing really is the best thing. And that they have a right to be doing what they're doing. In some way. Even if that is... So, if I think about casual evil in the real world, for example, some of the people I've known in my life that did really horrible things, but truly believed that they were in the right when they did them. So a good example is I have a friend who they're fine now. She's fine now, but she was romantically together with an individual who was very, 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 very rich. And kind of an interesting, in a sick way, part of this person is the amount of lengths he would go through to justify rich people and some of the things they did. And there were some really interesting things he would say, like once I brought up the fact that there was one of the banks, I think it was Wells Fargo, but it might have been Chase Bank, had actually done some really nasty stuff behind the scenes. They had altered some people's accounts without the permission of the account holder, which it should be illegal. I'm pretty sure it is illegal, but they had done it and they were getting sued and there was some stuff going on. And I had mentioned how, that money belongs to ordinary people. And regardless of whether or not the bank had people sign off on it, it's not the bank's money to do with whatever they want, however they want, without permission from the account holder. They should always have permission first. That's just basic common sense of ownership. If you're using someone's assets to do something, you should have their permission first, right? I would think that was common sense. But the amount of hoops he went through, he justified things like, well, you don't understand, like banks are dealing with all this, and the amount of story he would come up with saying all of these things banks are doing. And in my mind, it's not excusing the fact that you still need to ask permission. It was very interesting, and he had some weird stuff that turned out he had not a great idea of what consent was. So that was kind of a red flag. But like it's interesting to me, and I think that's why villains who are truly convinced that they're doing the right thing or that they have a right to do the things they're doing are more scary, because it reflects real world people we know, and some of the most horrific things are done and those people truly believe they're doing the right thing. Like horrible people like Putin, for example. I guarantee you, in his head, he thinks he's doing the right thing, be it because he wants, a certain level of attention, because he believes, like, he truly does believe that he owns certain areas and that he has every right to those areas, and that he has the ability and the right to make those decisions about these other countries. Because he looks at it, I guarantee you, he looks at it as everyone else is doing horrible things and nobody's watching it. So when I do this, I'm not doing a horrible thing. I'm trying to free these people from these other horrible people, because he sees other organizations and groups as the evil. He doesn't see himself that way. And I think that's one of the reasons why those villains tend to be more scary, because they reflect people we actually know. They reflect the real world a little too closely, because that's how people work. They really do believe they're doing the right thing. They do believe they have a right to be doing the things they're doing. Like I've talked to some women before that they'll say, oh, well, my boyfriend, like, he forgot our anniversary. So, I have every right to like take his car without his permission and like hang out with my friends for a couple hours without asking him first. It's like, no, just because someone ticked you off does not now give you the right to do something horrible in return when you know it's wrong. It's really weird, but people will act as if these are like exchanges of currency. Like, well, this person did this one thing, so they're indebted to me, so now I have a right to do this other thing to them. But the amount of hoops people jump through to do that is kind of shocking and scary once you start really paying attention to it. So I think maybe that's why those villains, at least to me, tend to be kind of scary, because they reflect the real world. People are more likely to do horrible things if they believe that not only is it the right thing, but that they personally have a right to be doing that action in some way in their head, because they believe the world owes it to them, because they believe the world, did something that deserved it. You hear deserve quite a lot. So yeah, absolutely. My favorite kind of villain are ones where if they'd made a couple different choices, they probably would have been a hero. Yes. That is mirroring the hero. That was actually one of the early things I was taught traditionally with writing, is that villains should mirror the hero. I have conflicted feelings on just how far that should go, but like I think when it's done right, it can be really, really good. Plot Mom, hello, hi. This is Allegra. Yes, this is my AuthorTube account. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Glad you could make it. We're talking about villain traits, things that we like to see in villains. Brandon, fun fact, I grew out my mustache and I think I understand why people twirl them. See, that's the thing. We when I worked customer service, we had a customer who would come in to make costumes and stuff sometimes, and he had a traditional villain mustache. Like he had it, and he used the special like oil and wax and stuff, and he actually had it twirled up where it was a perfect, like, he looked like he jumped out of a cartoon. It was impressive though. Like it was kind of like you almost want to laugh, but you wouldn't, because it was also an impressive feat. That mustache defeated the laws of physics, and it was impressive. I think one of my coworkers who was braver than me actually told him that. She was like, that's really impressive mustache. He clearly put a lot of effort in. R.A., the act of twirling is fine, but have a reason. I twirl because, it's just a fascinating act for me. I don't know why I tried to have an accent. That's a horrible accent. I don't know where that came from. My favorite villains are the ones with rock solid internal logic. Doesn't matter how evil it is, but needs to feel justified. Exactly. Exactly. So long as to them, it's justifiable. Like some of the horrible things that are happening in the States right now, which I'm sure a lot of you are aware of, the horrible laws that are being overturned and things. The people who are doing this truly do believe they are in the right to do it. They think they're on a holy crusade to protect the unborn. To hell with everyone who's living, I suppose, but that's another thing. Brand, I twirled my mustache upwards to keep the hairs off my lips. Yeah, it makes sense. Like if you're gonna have a mustache, it should probably not get in your way of eating, because eating is a joy in life and shouldn't be disrupted. Megan, my favorite villain is Loki from the Thor Ragnarok movie with the badass Led Zeppelin song. Anyways, his egotistical mannerisms mixed with Thor's hate was yes. And that's the thing. Like, I feel like if the rest of the Thor franchise had been like that movie, I would have actually liked the Thor movies. But prior to Ragnarok, I didn't like them. And I think Thor as a concept is just kind of funny. And so pairing it with a healthy dose of comedy, but also having that stark contrast between a villain character who's really more of a trickster, like Loki is a trickster character. And so having a trickster villain and also having that contrast with your hero being very like an angry hero, a bitter hero, a hero who's just done completely. I think it's a really good contrast and makes both of them more entertaining to watch because they're contrasting each other so sharply. Loki is my number one villain. Pardon me, he says that phrase a lot. Oh, the phrase "pardon me." Yes, he does say that a lot. Yeah, he's an interesting villain because trickster characters in general make really interesting villains because they are looking out after their best interest, but once again, they do believe they have a right to be doing most of the things they do. So even though Loki at times almost falls into kind of like a kind of cringy villain kind of thing, he doesn't completely fall into it because he does have a reasoning of believing he has a right to rule. He honestly believes that he's better at it than everybody else. He believes that everyone else is an idiot and that he's the only one who sees the truth, which interestingly enough, at times he does, and most of the time he doesn't. But every once in a while he does, like he makes some good calls. In the first Avengers movie, he mentions that the Tesseract being in the hands of the government, he's like, what do you think, this is a bright light for the entire world? Like those comments, he's actually bringing up really good points. He's like, do you really believe your government has the best intentions in mind for that device? And he wasn't wrong. Turns out he was right. And like movies later, we found out that Hydra was like deeply ingrained into most of their government. So they were working for a lie. Loki was right all along. And that doesn't excuse anything Loki did, but it means that a lot of villains are villains because they see how fractured justice is. And they're like, well, that's wrong. And the problem with villains is how they choose to try to fix that system. That's the flawed part of a lot of villains. But a lot of villains actually tend to be correct when it comes to looking at the justice systems. They do tend to be correct in that one. And those tend to be the villains that people attach to more because it's true. I see Loki as an anti-hero more than a villain, but yes, he's great with the motivation reasons. I think the only thing that keeps me from seeing is I think there are interpretations of Loki, like because he's had various incarnations throughout comic books. I'm not super well versed in the comic book world, but I know a couple of them. I think there are interpretations of him and AUs of him within the comic book world where he is an anti-hero. However, in terms of the cinematic universe that has been created, I do still qualify him as a villain due to how many people he has killed, without hesitation. So I would still interpret him as a villain more than an anti-hero, just simply because a lot of those times when he did kill, he wasn't always doing it out of a mixed sense of justice. Sometimes he was. Most of the time, in certain parts, he was doing it out of violence and prejudice. So I would consider that villain behavior. But that's the thing with tricksters. They can flip-flop because tricksters are really just after their own agenda 24/7. So sometimes their own agenda lines up with a justice crusade, and they will pretty much be a village vigilante and be an anti-hero. But then when it comes to their own personal survival, if it serves them to just mass murder and they enjoy it in the moment, they'll also do that. So they can be very, very interesting villains to work with. See, Loki is a great example of a polite villain. He can be. He can be. I think his snark is really where it's at, which is why I think Ragnarok did so well. They should have utilized that more. To use Dungeons and Dragons speak, he's chaotic neutral, not doing evil for the sake of it, but doing things because he truly believes it's the right thing to do. To an extent. To an extent. He is, at his core, still a trickster. I do believe he does get a certain amount of enjoyment out of tricking and harming his brother Thor. And that is in line with mythology. Like, there is an element of him that actually likes inflicting pain to an extent. So that can't be ignored about his character. But that is, again, another reason why I think trickster characters are really interesting, and that if you utilize them properly, they can be a really good look into how someone can do horrible, villainous things, and yet also to some people be a hero to them. Because Loki, like if you look at mythology, Loki stood for certain groups of people, and he was protector for certain groups as a god. And then, but at the same time, he was incredibly harmful to other gods and would harm other groups. So it's like, depending on who you were, depending on how you worshipped and what affiliations you had with other Norse gods, like just looking at like just the mythologies, he could be seen as a good guy or a bad guy depending on other affiliations you had. So, and I think that's really interesting. It's a little bit more of a dynamic way to see a character. So it kind of reminds me like a little bit of, yeah, I don't know how many of you guys like watch, it's an older movie, Muppet Treasure Island. I grew up watching Muppet Treasure Island, and Long John in that particular interpretation, I think Tim Curry did a really good job with that character and really showing that duality really, really well, of doing something simply for your own personal gain, but also like truly like feeling for certain characters and wanting to stand up for them at times too, and having that problem. A gray area kind of character, I think, worked really well in that one. And it's funny because it's a Muppet movie. It's mostly comedy, but I like that character actually, I really think was done well and is one of my other favorite villains from live action. Agreed. He loves to inflict a certain amount of pain. I see it as him revenging on others for the pain he feels himself, real and imagined. He is a great complex character. Yes. I do wish that, and this is my problem with the comic book world in general, not just movies, comic books, is a lot of them will not take that to the extent that they need to. So it's why I know some vague things about the comic books, but I don't know a ton of details because I would never finish them because they're so long. They tend to get canceled or derailed, and I don't have no patience for that. So I used to read the old X-Men. I mean, old. My dad has a collection of them, or used to, from the 80s. So I used to read his old collections of comics from way back in the day. And like that's why like Storm's my favorite character. They did her so dirty in some of the movies, man. But yeah, there's a lot of wasted potential for characters like Loki, simply because when you switch tonalities so much, it's kind of makes it hard. I heard the Loki series did not end up doing well. Like there was a lot of hype initially, and then it kind of just wasn't able to hit the tones it needed to, or I'm not sure what happened. I was hearing a lot about it for the first episode or two, and then it just dropped off the face of the map. So I don't know. I don't know how that happened. Those storyline in the 80s went on forever. Yeah, they didn't really end, and they were very circular. So a lot of the characters just had these very circular lines that didn't really go anywhere, and there wasn't really any there wasn't a ton of actual character growth. And because I'm such a character-based reader, if I don't see some really good character progression, I'm out. So yeah. Ian McKellen's Magneto was pretty nice too. Yes, coming back to villains. Magneto it's kind of interesting because a lot of people, like, I don't like him as a villain as much as some others because I find him a little bit more boring because he's a little more straightforward. I prefer trickster-like characters. However, I do think he's good in the sense of, once again, he's one of those characters that truly is doing what he believes is right. What's sad is that the way he's doing it makes him just as bad as the people he fights. And he's kind of accepted that. He's like, in order for me to fight the evil, I have to be the evil. And he's just accepted that as an element of his existence, which is kind of sad in its own way. But he definitely justifies literally everything he does. And it's why he has a following. And I think that's one of the elements that does make the X-Men series really interesting. And again, it's one of those things I wish that they were a little better at portraying in the movies, because I feel like they toned it down quite a lot. But how many gray area characters there are in the comic books. It's so much more in the comic books than the movies. The movie implies there's more of like two sides. But the reality is, in the comic books, there were tons of heroes that fell in the middle. And I appreciate that part of the comics, and I wish it was better represented in the movies. But a lot of gray area characters, because Magneto was so compelling as a leader. And so, but at the same time, he did massacre people. So there was this split in how people believed, but at the same time, there were people in the middle, and they stayed in the middle because they were like, well, you know, I don't agree with Magneto wanting to mass murder people. I'm not on board with that. So I can't join his team. But at the same time, I can't join Xavier's team because he overlooks some of the crimes, the horrific crimes against mutant kids. So, like, there were a lot of heroes in the middle that didn't agree with either side. And I wish that the movies were a little better at portraying those middle ground people, but I don't think they really do. Yeah, Storm is the best. They totally messed her in the movies. Loki was great, but but it's a thinking show, not action. I feel like they kind of like created some odd story things for him that didn't actually make sense, but I'm not sure. I can't remember what the critiques people had on it were. Magneto is an ends justifies means type, which is very interesting considering his history. Yes, he is a contradiction because he started out wanting to fight Nazis, which were ends justify means people, to like the worst extent imaginable. And so he was fighting them, but in doing so, he ended up with the same conclusion. So long as I reach the end I want, it doesn't matter how I get there. So he ended up in the exact same realm of thinking as the very people he was fighting, which I think is a pretty tragic thing, but also it kind of makes sense. When you're around a lot of extremist mentality, you're more liable to adapt it yourself. Okay, so we are going to get ready for another 25-minute. Let me go ahead and pull this up. We're going to add this. Oh, I do have, I don't know how many of you guys, a friend of mine came back from the States and actually brought me back some actual bubblegum. One of those weird things about Japan, a lot of people don't know. Bubblegum flavor doesn't exist here. It's not real, doesn't exist. So I have been like all gums, and I have a like gum you guys might have seen on my stream before. I've like these, which are, it's a strawberry. It looks like it's supposed to be strawberry gum, right? It is gum, but it's strawberry mint. Every single gum here in Japan has mint flavor added in. Every single one, not a single thing doesn't have mint. So if you don't like mint in your gum, you might not be super impressed with Japanese gum. So I've been craving like just a basic plain Jane gum from my childhood, and my friend brought me back some from the States. So I am going to probably have some of this and enjoy it while we do a little sprint. So yeah, let's go ahead. Oh, real quick. Brandon, I'm glad the name Storm worked well for the movie. The name Storm never sounded like a cheesy superhero name. I love Storm, and I love everything about her character from the comics. I just wish she had been honored a little better. She was done dirty. Many thanks for the live stream, Corey. It's giving me a lot to think about for my own characters. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I love discussing stuff like this, and you guys are very fun to talk to. You guys have lots of interesting perspectives. So I will type up another question for the stream. Please remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps the algorithm, and we will start another 25 minutes. I'll see you guys in a bit. Guys, welcome back. I hope that 25 minutes worked. I have gotten to a point where I'm very close to where I left off last time with adding description, but I've realized one section needs more attention, so I'm going to be adding in a creature, and I'm going to be throwing it off. So I need to write more brand new scenes, pretty much, is the conclusion I'm drawing. Okay, question is, what are villain tropes you hate seeing in villains? And let's see, Brandon, stupid villains, Voldemort, I'm guessing. Was cool. He was an idiot every time he had Harry. Yep. He just played with him instead of killing him, and then he found out his send wouldn't work. He made this huge ordeal of finding a new wand. Like, dude, just shake his ass. I'm not very familiar with Harry Potter. The only thing I know are clips and stuff that have been forced upon me from friends. I don't really like the series. But this is like a universal problem with a lot of villains, especially villains in YA and such. They don't actually follow through with what they're talking about, but it's an overall villain problem. I mean, if you look at any James Bond film, especially the early ones, Bond is always put in these situations that he could easily get out of. So it's like, why not just put a bullet through the brain? Why just do it the old-fashioned way? Probably be faster. Fun writing challenge. Tell a story using all the worst tropes and cliches you can think of and see how hard it is to make the story compelling. Honestly, it would be a comedy. I would end up writing a comedy. And I would very quickly turn into a 10-year-old boy and make really dumb jokes. See, I think you need to get to writing. I see that. No more puns until you've written 1,000 words, Brandon. I'm cracking the whip. 1,000 words, no more puns. I'm on to you. Trying to distract yourself. How dare you? On my stream, too, as if I wouldn't notice. RA, we'll pop it in and out. Have to go start lunch for the monsters. Ugh. Yeah. I'm starving myself off from lunch with gum. I forgot how sweet this stuff is. It's so sweet. I'm eating it in like little tiny bits because it's so sugary. But the taste is nostalgic, so I'm still happy with it. I'm happy to not have mint in my mouth. Sometimes you want to chew something, but you don't want to have mint in your mouth. I think for me, for villain tropes that I hate seeing are, there are two I can think of. One of them being villains that are villains, and it's described as they're villains simply because they had a hard life. And I've mentioned this before, I think, in the stream with main characters too, that I don't think having a bad past is an excuse for being a jerk today. And I know that because I personally know people who have been through really horrible, horrible situations, and had horrific childhoods, and yet are wonderful people. So for me, the villains that are compelling are villains that they did have a bad life, maybe, or they didn't. Those were even scarier. But the ones that did have a hard life, and instead of the hard life being the reason they became a villain, it was their thinking process going through it and the conclusions they drew at the end of that. Like, it's not the bad situation that determines whether or not you're a villain. It's how you handle it and how you process it. So I hate seeing stuff like that. I also really hate seeing villains who are given redemption arcs without deserving of them. And that sounds really cruel to say, but like, it's not that I don't believe people deserve redemption per se. It's more along the lines of, if you want redemption, you do have to work for it. You've broken trust at the gentlest of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum, you've mass murdered people, which you could never make up for. And you would have to live your entire existence paying penance for that. And you'd never be able to pay that off. You know, like, I think, like, there was one show, I think it was way back in the day. I think I did a review on it on my review blog, but there was an anime called Fam the Silver Wing, and it was in the same universe as Last Exile. Last Exile is an okay show from back in the day. It was one of the more experimental animes that were coming out way back when, was that on the Sci-Fi Channel or something? Way back when satellite was big. Um, but there was a new version of it that came out a couple years ago, and there was this horrible villain that mass murdered huge groups of people. And at the very end, he sacrificed himself towards some entity or whatever, and that kept the peace. And everyone praised him afterwards. They're like, he sacrificed himself. He was all doing it for us. He mass murdered people. Like, for me, like, that just, You don't get to sacrifice yourself and then suddenly you're a good guy who was a hero all along when you mass murdered innocent people. I'm not buying it. I was so mad. Like, the whole show really did push that agenda. And then a lot of people who watched the show also did, because he was like kind of a haughty looking character, I guess. I don't know. I can't perceive these things, but apparently he was good looking to some people. I don't know. But it really enraged me. And it still does when I see shows like that where a character will like sacrifice themselves, like a villain will sacrifice themselves, and then people will kind of like put rose-colored glasses on about everything that happened prior. And it's like, no. These people were horrible people. Just because they did one or two good things does not erase all the horrible things they've done. So yeah, I hate that one. Cry about it more. 1,000 words, Brandon. 1,000. Book dragons and S. The one that bugs me the most is when a villain's motivation reasoning is explained away as they were born bad. Ugh. Born under an evil star. Born from like evil parents or something like that. You know, that whole ideology, even though I think they were trying to challenge it, that actually completely turned me off from Once Upon a Time TV series. I don't know if you guys know that one, if you ever watched it. I watched it with a friend way back in the day, and it was a little overdramatic and corny at parts, but like it was fun to watch with my friend for a while. But they got to a season, I don't remember what season it was, but they started getting into a season of like, in order to keep our child from turning evil, we had to sacrifice this other child. And it was that idea that your child can be born evil. And I think they do challenge it throughout the series, I guess. But the whole fact that they indulge in it and then so many characters honestly believed it, and like it was such a big deal in the storyline, it just turned me off the entire thing. I was like, I really don't care. Like, it's such a boring trope. It's has no imagination put to it. I hated it so much. I dropped the entire show. Brandon, hardship has a much stronger link to empathy and compassion. Yeah. Most people I know who have had a really, really hard time are more liable to be empathetic because they never want someone else to go through what they went through. It is possible to become embittered. It totally is, but yeah. Injustice is a bit more believable in explaining villainy like Magneto. Yes. I think yeah, I would agree. I think it's far more believable because, again, it reflects our world. Our justice system is insanely bad. It's a joke. So it's easier for villains to justify what they're doing when you've got a horrible system like that. I don't think the series is going to do what I hope it does, and pull this all round circle. But if you've ever seen My Hero Academia, that's one of the major pulls that the villains in the villain arc has, is that they are trying to fight against the hero society because the hero society is incredibly fractured. And they have brought it up at times. There is a duality that the series touches on here or there, but I don't think they're gonna, because it's a Shonen Jump title. Shonen Jump is like, they've got this brand that they sell, and I don't think they would allow the author to deviate too far. Although you never know. I mean, Full Metal Alchemist was also a title of theirs, and they let the author do what she wanted, and there's some interesting conclusions of that show. It's a solid one, so we'll see. But I don't hold out a tons of hope. But Book Dragon, yes, redemption is something you earn, not something you deserve. Yeah. And even then, you can't necessarily always earn it, depending on the amount of people you've harmed. 1,000 tears. For you, not me. Not me. I'm not the one making puns instead of writing during the sprints. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I started Once Upon a Time, but I couldn't get into it. Yeah, there's a lot of just missed potential. I think that the idea is really fun, but as per usual, this is something I found with a lot of TV shows. That's why I don't really get into TV shows anymore, and I haven't for years. They just go in a circle. They don't go anywhere. They don't conclude anything. I'm just so bored. I find TV shows boring. Like, even if people are like, oh, but this interesting concept, it's like, in my mind, I don't care because it's never going to conclude. It's never going to wrap up. I'm never going to get answers, so I don't even want to start. I've been so disappointed by so many TV shows. I don't even watch them anymore. I don't even try. Brandon, I thought I deleted that comment. Oop, nope. You caught. You caught. Also, there is a lag. You guys have probably already noticed based on like, I try to get to your guys' comments as fast as I can. And sometimes you guys comment, I'm still talking about a topic and I'll finish. But I really do try to get your comments on here as soon as they're posted. There's a lag, a big one, between what you guys are seeing and able to comment to and what I'm actually saying. I and I feel like it's gotten worse over the years because I did do one or two lives earlier on in my channel, and I feel like the lag was only like a minute, maybe 2 minutes. Not 2 minutes. Like maybe a minute max, but like usually like 30 seconds to a minute. But now I feel like the lag could be up to 2 minute lag because there are times when I'll like talk to you guys about something and then I'll start a sprint because no one said anything for a while. So I'll start a sprint and then 2 minutes into the sprint, someone will post a response to what I had said 2 minutes ago, which leads me to believe that either you guys are all very slow typers or there's a massive lag between what I'm talking about and your guys' responses. So my apologies for that. I really don't know if there's anything I can do to change that. I think it's just the nature of going through StreamYard. Sorry. There's a lag to StreamYard, but also allows you to catch deleted comments. Yep, there you go. There's a lag. That actually makes sense. Yeah, because if you want to make sure you caught anyone who was trying to do something bad in your comment section, it's increased as the traffic has. Okay. Yeah. So that would make sense if there's a lag for comments showing up on my side. That makes sense for admin purposes. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, so we are going to do another 25 minutes as always. It never changes. It's just a good one. It's a good amount of time. All right, let's add this to the stream. I will change the banner. And we'll go for another 25 minutes. I will see you guys in a bit. All right, and we're back. How'd that 25 minutes go, y'all? I'm making progress, slow and sure. I'm having to rewrite entire scenes that never existed before, so it's going a little slower. Now I'm still in chapter 9, but we're getting closer and closer to get into chapter 10 stuff, so we're making some progress. Okay, chat question. Do you think villains have to mirror the hero character to be good? Now, for me personally, I don't think they have to. I think it is interesting sometimes when it is. And like if you were to look at, for example, Xavier and Magneto at two prior characters we've discussed, both of them are mirrors of each other to an extent. Xavier and both of them were from Jewish camps. They knew each other that way. So they both were abused in the same way, but they diverged in how they decided to handle it. And their end conclusions about humanity in general. But they had a similar beginning point. I think it can make some really compelling conflict between the characters, but I don't think you have to have it. Sometimes I think it's interesting to have a villain completely different from the hero, to have nothing in common with the hero, because then the hero has to try to think like someone else in order to defeat them. And I think it can create some interesting new scenarios. But it does help to have some aspects that mirror. So like Thor and Loki, Thor comes to see humans as on the same playing field and as him. He comes to view them as just as important, to have like opinions and thoughts just like he does, and that they should be treated just like any other creature in the universe with respect, versus Loki, who sees humans as lower life forms and really doesn't change his opinion on that. So like those are two different opinions that an Asgardian can have, but you know, on humans as a race, but they've diverged in their end conclusion. So having a like root similarity, but then having it diverge off into two different characters can be good. But I don't think you have to do it, but it can be interesting. Book Dragon, despite the fact that my hero and villain mirror each other, I don't think it would work for every story. It can work well, but there are some stories that I feel it would be counterintuitive. Yes, I would agree. I very much agree. I'm not sure if Allegra is still in the chat with us today or if she had to go, but Allegra's work, I'm not positive if like, because it's kind of hard to pinpoint a singular villain. I think the clearest villain I could see in the first book would have been her father. Was the clearest villain character, but there are multiple characters that are gray, leaning towards villainish attributes as well, that you could probably put in the same category. But her father was definitely like the worst in that book, but he didn't have much of anything to do with Eleanor. However, a lot of the things that he would say and do specifically attacked Eleanor's insecurities that they held. So in that way, they were mirroring things to Eleanor as a character and forcing Eleanor to come to terms with some stuff. But the character in and of itself was not a mirror. It was more some of the things the character did and said. So I agree. I don't think it's something it has to happen. It depends on the story, and it depends on what the villains are doing. And more often than not, for me and a lot of other stories, the biggest obstacle characters have to overcome is what's going on in their own head. And that usually ends up as the biggest obstacle for them, not necessarily the villain, but them, and how they see themselves. So for those kinds of stories, mirroring isn't necessarily needed. It's not going to work out quite that way. So I think it does depend. Brandon just says, Messin, I did 826. You're close to 1,000. You can almost make jokes again. But you're not there yet. You're not there yet, though. I think out of villains that mirror heroes, I think I only have one work where a villain clearly mirrors the hero. And that would be Grimmspark. But I still need to build out that villain. That villain is still rather vague. And I think the reason for that is because I still need to build out that hero character who doesn't start out as a hero character, transforms into one. So I really have to nail that character down, and I still feel like I'm trying to figure them out a little bit. So until I get that done, that's another thing about mirroring. It can be really useful, but I feel like you have to have a pretty good understanding of your main character in order to do it. So it can be more difficult to write. I think some people think it's easier because once you have your main character, if you're mirroring, you just create the villain. But I actually think it's a little harder because you have to know your main character a lot more deeply than you would maybe know them otherwise when creating a first draft. Because in order to make the villain more believable, they're going to have to do that mirroring. Unless you create kind of like a skeleton of a character as a stand-in until you figure out your main character more. But either way, rewrites are going to be horrible in those cases. Okay, so I am going to get ready with our timer so we can do another round. Brandon, you look so whimsical about my inability to make jokes. What does that mean? What do you mean I look whimsical? I'm in a lab coat with a bunch of pins. You mean I look joyous in your inability to make jokes? That would be true. I am joyous. I'm taking great joy. See, I'm a villain character. I'm taking joy in your pain, Brandon. Back to work. Back to work, peasants. All right. Back to work for all of us, though, to be fair. Okay, let's get going with another 25-minute sprint so we can get to the 3-hour mark in this live stream. I will see you in 25. All right, we are back. So, question for chat is, what about side characters? Any fun ones you're writing now that you want to share? So, just by the way, some progress for my book. I am still in chapter 9, fixing it up because I'm adding some more scenes and stuff. So I'm still adding scenes right now. It's quite a bit. It's looking better. I think it's upping the tension, so it's working, but it's gonna take me a bit. So side characters speak. I finished another 378. Good, awesome. Just saw the question. Both characters I was writing about are side characters. I'll share a snippet. Never mind. That's okay. There's a kid named Coley who forms a nice bond with his dog. Oh, that's nice. And there's Mulaney. Is Mulaney how you pronounce it? A highly knowledgeable witch of the Eastern Coven. Nice. Are they friends with the lead, or do they have their own thing going on? I think for me, a fun side character I have that I enjoy writing is Dormouse. It is a small little creature that is always on the verge of a panic attack. And it's just pretty fun to kind of write his character. Because everyone else acts very nonchalant about everything happening, but the Dormouse is 2 seconds away from passing out. So always, it's just pretty fun to write. Melanie, nice. I think I've seen it pronounced that way before. RA, I'm on the last scene between lunch and mom duties getting work done. Oh, power to you. That's insane. That's a crazy amount of work. You can do it. Book Dragon's Nest. Oh, I have one. He's a dragon named Xandrian. Xandrian? Is it Xandrian? He spent most of his life alone and is pretty clueless about everything, but he tries really hard to compensate, and I love him. Oh, clueless dragons are very cute. Very, very cute. Brandon, Colby is the protagonist's little brother. Oh, Melanie is Tile. They met when she teaches him about being an empath. Oh, okay. Oh, was that L.I. love interest? Oh, main character's love interest. Maybe? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I've ever seen it shortened to that. Love interest being shortened to L.I. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Is that common? Maybe I'm just clueless. I'm probably just clueless. All right. Fun side characters. The two captains of the pirate ships in my novella. They have a long history together, and I love writing their banter. Banter is fun. Banter is fun to write. Donnie is Tyanug and Melanie's brother. Okay. So, wait. What does that mean? What is that? Oh, so I was right on love interest. So there is a love interest thing going on. Ah, yeah. I'm the clueless person that when someone tries to describe like all of their family members, my eyes just roll in the back of my head. I have a very small family, like really, really small, and we don't know a ton of people in our extended family. So, but a lot of my other friends, they know all of their extended family, like all of them. So they've got sisters, cousins, second cousins, third cousins, whole kit and caboodle, and there's so many of them. And sometimes my friends will talk to me and they'll mention all these names. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm sorry, who is he again? And they'll have to re-explain their whole family tree. They're so huge. The families are massive. I can never remember everyone. I'm really bad with names, so that's a me thing. My typos are going to drive you mad. They might. Wait a minute. Is Titan? The antagonist! Donnie is the antagonist. Donnie is the antagonist. And Melanie's brother. Hold up. Hold, please. Hold. Going back. Colby is the protag's little brother. Melanie is the love interest of the protagonist. They met. So then that means Donnie is the antagonist and her brother. I'm slow, please forgive me. So we've got, give me, it's floating away from my brain. We have the hero, the protagonist, but then we had the antagonist over here, Donnie. Donnie's the bad guy ish, sort of, not really, but kind of, villain character energy, not villain, rival character energy, probably it sounds like. And then his sister likes the protagonist. Okay, all right. Okay, broke my brain a wee bit, but yes. Donnie is antagonist. He's the brother. He was the one that readers won't realize is the villain. Okay, so he is the villain, but we don't know he's the villain. He just might be slightly annoying at first. Okay, cool. I did. Yes, okay, I got it! I'm so sorry. I am hungry for lunch, but it's a wee bit too soon to end this stream, so I am denying myself food for now. I'll eat after. I've got water here I need to finish up. So, want to see if we can get maybe, I'm thinking 2 more sprints in. I'm thinking is good. That'll lend us past the 4-hour mark, which is our typical place where we stop for the day. So, all right. I need to switch banners up. And reset everything. Good break, though. Good break. My brain needs to turn back on. Would be nice. All right, add to stream. We are going to do another 25 minutes. Try to get some more stuff done. If we're only doing 2 more, I really need to finish this scene I'm in so I can move on. Because my goal for this stream for today was finish up, fixing up chapter 8 and 9 and move on to chapter 10. I have not yet moved on to chapter 10 because I'm still fixing chapter 9. It's got so much in it. You know what? I have a bad feeling I'm not going to reach chapter 10. Not in only two streams. I don't think I can do it because there's a lot of stuff I need to fix. So I don't know. We'll see. Let's see how far I can get. Okay, let's go ahead and do another 25. I will see you guys in a bit. All right, we are back. Motorcyclist outside. How did that go for you guys? I am still on chapter 9. Oh, there's so much I have to add. I found out that, so in order to up the tension of one of the scenes, I needed to bring in one of the, not villain per se, but obstacles that I hadn't quite used yet, which are the remains, the leftover shadowy remains from the previous incarnations that failed to get Kai out of the alternate dimension. The aliens themselves tried to craft a creature that could do that and get her out of her headspace, but all of them failed. So they're the prior Alices that all failed. So Alex had to meet all of the Alices that failed. And that was not a pleasant encounter. So I had to fix that, and now I'm doing a lot of dialogue between the main character, Alex, and the aliens, which Alex has finally gotten to meet. And it's a lot of like making sure the language is as exact as I need it to be and different enough in tonality between the characters. So, whew, it's a lot. It's a lot of detail work. All right, first edit done. Yeah! Now to print and reread on paper to see if there's something I missed before. Returns to editor for round 2. I'm going to run to do mom things. Thanks to the stream this week. Yeah! Awesome. So glad you were able to get it done. That's awesome. Print and reread. I wish I could print my stuff on paper. It's so expensive to print stuff here in Japan. Oh my God. I don't think I can. The best thing I can do is I just keep like changing the font. I change the font type and I change the font size. That way, every time I'm doing an edit, it's a different font. It's a different size. It's kind of a pain, but it does work. Like I'm looking at the text very differently when I do that. So close enough. Close enough. Brandon, so far my side characters are getting the same amount of love as the lead, but that's largely because I technically have multiple protagonists. I usually refer to Jeremy as a protag if I have to single one out, but that's only because he mirrors the antagonist the most. Yep. I'm working with a core group, 5 characters. 4 of them are basically protag, and the 5th pretending to be one ends up the villain. Interesting. Wow, that's quite a lot of characters to keep track of. Fun bit of trivia. The reason I'm working with 5 main characters is to represent the 5 points of a pentagram. Remember on the live stream, we're talking about the magic being based on the occult. Jeremy is spirit, Melanie is fire, Colby is earth, Donnie is air, and Chandria is water. That's cool. Interesting concept. I commented a lot, so Samcho. I tend to avoid those pesky. Commented a lot this time, so I tried to avoid pesky typos. You did pretty good. There are only a couple. Most of them were fine. I could read it. It was okay. It's okay. I have a chapter and a half left. I'm so close, but so far. Oh my gosh, yes. I've been trying to get to chapter 10 all stream so far today. What are we at? We're at the 3 hours and 41 minute mark. Oh my God. It's been 3 hours. It's been 75 years. Oh my God. I want to get to chapter 10 so bad. I'm not there yet. Every time I try to get close to chapter 10, there's another scene I need to fix. So far, Book Dragon. So far, my main character and side characters get close to the same amount of love, but for different reasons. In other media, I tend to stick to the protag, but some side characters are better. Yeah, I think for me, depends on the media. I think with some of the movies I've seen lately, I have a Disney Plus account here in Japan, and I've been watching a few Disney movies I hadn't seen before. Like I watched Encanto, I watched Turning Red, I watched, you know which one I actually was one of my favorites? I watched The Book of Life. That's really good. Almost no one talks about that because the marketing for it looked a little too close to Coco's, so people got those two mixed up. They're not the same movie at all. Book of Life is great. I really enjoyed Book of Life a lot. Really liked that one. It was just really fun. And I like how they framed it as if they were like dolls that are being acted out. It was like really cool visually how they did that story. So I really liked Book of Life. And let's see, what's another? Encanto was really good, like Encanto. So I think I've sided with the protagonist, like really liking the main character the most for most of those. However, if I do happen to engage in TV series, especially when I was younger, I tended to fixate on side characters more than the main character. I think a lot of main characters in TV shows are really bland. That could just be me, but they boring, especially in the 90s. I feel like they've gotten a little better over the time. I haven't seen Book of Life, but I'll have to check it out. Sounds interesting. It's good. It's good. A lot of people, because I think it came out around the same time as Coco, which was unfortunate because they're both dealing with Day of the Dead, but they do it in very different ways. So Book of Life more talks about some of the mythology and stuff like that a little bit, but like in a very fun storytelling kind of way. Whereas Coco is about a kid reconnecting with family that's been lost. So it is a little different. Actually quite a bit different, actually. I really liked it a lot. I thought it was really, really fun. But yeah. It was fun. Also, I love seeing mythological creatures and like gods and goddesses being represented in movies for kids. I don't know why, it's really cool. It's something that you don't see as much anymore. So it was really cool to see like all of these mythological creatures and stuff. It was fun. It was cool. Okay. The Book Dragon. No, I agree with you, especially with those older TV shows. The main characters were very, very boring. Oh my god. Ugh, so boring. Like even older Disney, like a lot of the princesses are boring as hell, man. Ugh, the side characters are where it's at, man. The with Mulan being an exception, but a lot of the side characters were way better than the main lead character. What is the one I'm thinking of? Oh, like Ariel and stuff. Like of course the villain's going to be more interesting in Little Mermaid. Ariel is so boring and stupid. I can't stand her. I really can't. Which is a shame because I think mermaids as a concept are interesting, but the Little Mermaid, I'm just most of the time I was screaming at the TV screen. Screaming. Okay, so I think we will attempt one more round because I'm getting hungry. My back's killing me. You guys don't see this. I will show you my agony. Hold up. I write for hours on this chair. It's what comes with Leo palaces in Japan, which if you're a foreigner, you're going to end up in a Leo palace apartment. And oh my God, it's horrible. Comes with the apartment. You can't change it. You can't, like, I could order another like chair and have it delivered, but I just have another chair in my very tiny apartment with nowhere for it to go. So I've thought about it, but I haven't done it. I want to move to a better apartment. So I really don't want to order another chair. But this metal chair is killing me. I swear to God. Oh my God. Ariel is so bad. I didn't even like her as a kid. Even as a kid, didn't like Ariel. I liked mermaids and the idea of mermaids. I think most kids do. It's like a cool concept. Like you can swim, but you don't need air. Like, as a child, it's a very cool concept. Even as an adult, it's kind of cool. Like sea creatures and stuff. I love the ocean. But as a character, Ariel is boring. So boring. The dog from earlier is a pretty important character too. I'd love to have cute chapters through its perspective. I have no idea how to do that. Yeah, I only know how to do that in like a kidlit way. I don't know if anyone in here ever read Hank the Cow Dog series when they were really little. I did. It was one of my first chapter books when I was young. So when I was like 6 or 7 years old, I was reading Hank the Cow Dog. I think it's still going. But yeah, it's just about this dog. It is from his perspective. So it hasn't aged great, but is a kid's chapter book. There's also another one that was really popular at the time was Benecula. the bunny vampire bunny, which was also, I'm pretty sure, from the perspective of a dog. Pretty sure. So, oh man, 90s were an era. The 90s had a taste. Tasted like bubblegum. Okay. All right, we're going to go for one more sprint. And we're going to have our chat as how was the stream for you? Did you reach your goals? So that's going to be the next question. Our last question as we wrap up for the stream. So we're going to do one more 25-minute. And I will see you in 25. Tell me how the stream was in total and if you reached your goal. See ya soon. Okay, that was that. That was the last sprint for this stream. And let's see. Brandon, 5-star. Yay. Super fun stream, Corey. I did reach my goal. I want to start writing again, and you got me to write a bunch of words. Turns out all I needed was a reward, permission to make puns again. But I'll be saving my puns for next time. That's the thing. See, there's a wee little catch. See, you had to write 1,000 words to say puns today. And if you don't want to say them today, that's fine. But if you want to say the puns tomorrow, well, you're going to have to write another 1,000 words. Sorry. Them's the rules. You didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you? You're going to have to write some more. Okay, so for me, I'm pretty happy with that. I was actually able to just barely finish up chapter 9, and I was starting on chapter 10. So I did get started on chapter 10, so I'm happy with that progress. I didn't finish it, but at least I got going. I've finally broken through to chapter 10. Thank the gods. Oh my God. Book Dragon, I'm so close. I'm on the last section. Yes! Yes, I think there are one or two other author tubers. I can't remember who they are off the top of my head, but their streams tend to come pretty close after my stream finishes. Is it AN? Maybe? A couple other author tubers who are maybe ones in Germany. Maybe. I know there are a couple others. Go on. If you want to keep going, I believe... Let me see if I can. Oh, yeah, I'm not online on my other account. Let's see. See if I can get away from that. Notifications. Devin Cutting. He does subscribe to my channel, but he does playlists of streams, of writing streams. So check his channel. There might be someone else doing a stream after me if you want to keep going, Book Dragon. I'm going to make puns till I get kicked out of the stream. Well, the stream's ending, so, you know, you're running out of time, dude. Okay, so that was it for today's stream. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be tension talk, how to add tension to scenes and stuff like that. And we shall talk about stuff like, which is ironic considering how much I just had to add. And I just did that. I would love to hop on another stream, but it's late where I am, so I'll just stay up a bit. And congrats on making chapter 9. Yay! Yeah, congrats to everyone's progress. We are getting there. I think it's within the realm of possibility that I could maybe reach my overall goal for the whole week, which is halfway through my book. But it does mean I've got 2 days where I would have to be able to edit at least 5 chapters. So we'll see if I can manage that. That's pushing it a wee bit, but we'll see. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and a wonderful stream as usual. Please make sure you remember to like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. And with all of that, I am going to go ahead and end this stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will see you hopefully tomorrow. Bye.